No było to.
A.
Nagrywa się? Już?
Tak, mam nadzieję,
Yes.
Tak.
że wszystko jest dobrze ustawione.
Brok, znajdziemy ci rolę, możesz być babcią na przykład.
Jeszcze jest na przykład jest jeszcze chyba jeden ojciec.
O,
No, więc widzisz, akurat. Dobra. The four of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages. Adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other three kept listening attentively. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that, on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then.
o kurwa, nie mam okularów. I agree. I haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside.
Lebek.
I'm a kid too. I'm a kid too. Słuchawki
Well,
zmieniam.
even
przepraszam.
you aren't gonna be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're gonna transfer from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And when that happens, that flat-ass board chest will reach Jessica's level, huh?
Butler, co ty pierdolisz?
No, nieźle, Butler, nieźle.
No on ma
Ona ma
niezłe-
9 lat!
Wow.
Co to jest?
When that
dzieckiem.
happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? It's a promise.
Ona jest dzieckiem.
O, nieźle, no nieźle, Butler.
Ona ma 9 lat. Zamknijcie go w więzieniu. On ma 18.
Ona
Ja
się
cię
cieszy. Ty.
Ale ona nie wie. No, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad.
I promise, so... Nie chcę tego czytać. I keep my promises. Always keep them. Maria, nie.
Maria, you really are an honest good girl. The guy you marry is gonna be really lucky.
Hey, stop trying to change the subject and making it sound pretty. Maria, the promise never happened. Never.
The promise is cancelled.
As I thought, without Butler-kun and our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. These 6 years have been kind of lonely.
Mówię za głupoty.
True, we didn't really goof off like this. So we did have some pretty constructive conversation, right? Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, finding jobs.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around.
But I'm having more fun this year.
That's true. I agree. This year's the most fun yet.
Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Aniki stroked Maria's head, and she giggled like a happy kitten.
Pardon me, your meal is ready.
A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered brightly.
Shannon, come in. You remember Battler, right?
Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a sunburned girl who must have been about our age.
It's been quite some time since we last met, Butler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon.
Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Ah, Jessica had surprised me, but look at you, Shannon-chan.
Nie, Jezu.
You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you?
Jezu.
You're too kind.
Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, huh? What are you eating and how are you training to get boobs that big?
Ja
Nie.
To jest gorsze
Jezu.
niż
Człowiek nie
oglądanie
ukrywa
Golden
swoich
Boy.
intencji.
nie wytrzymam.
Mam dosyć.
Guess I'll have
Mam
to film a
dosyć.
bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? Przypomnę, to jest ważne dla fabuły później. To jest
Tak?
ważny
Nie,
element
Nie
fabuły.
jest ważny dla fabuły.
Mhm.
Nie.
Nie żartuję.
Jesteś
With both hands
psychiczny.
poised and saliva dribbling from the mouth, I closed in.
To nie może być ważne dla
For the
fabuły.
sake of jesting and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can be prevented by fondling breasts. This is just a battler's side method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So I can use this battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice.
Ale masz śmieszne żarty.
Well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance though, right? Like that ever happen.
Dobrze się dziś zaczyna, naprawdę.
Dobry początek
Jezu.
mamy na teraz.
Mam
At that
dosyć
point, my
chyba.
hands were less than a centimeter away from
Wytrzymasz.
Shannon-chan's boobs, but the countersign had yet to come.
Muszę zasłonić
She
oczy, jeszcze nie
blushed.
mam urodzin.
She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on, but she just stood there with both her hands politely joined in front of her and not even trying to resist or recover her breasts. Whoa, I wasn't planning on this. Oh, please hit me right now or I'm seriously gonna...
No nie. O nie.
No nie!
O nie.
Oh, ktoś... Which is
Oh.
why I was glad that Jessica chose the time to drive her elbow into the back of my head.
Zabiła
W końcu
go.
Razu po
w końcu ktoś
tylicę?
zazdrowy. Tak.
Oh, thank you so much, Jessica!
Ale to, no tak. W końcu ktoś ze zdrowym rozsądkiem.
Are you thanking me?
Seriously, my God, Shannon-chan, I always got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest.
No jest. Sorry, psychiczny.
More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. You've got to fight back when people do that.
But you are an important guest, Butler-sama.
Now look, you're a pervert whether he's a guest or not. A girl's chest has got an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so.
Jezus Maria.
Wow.
When someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, there's already an invasion of airspace, so you'd better scramble the jets immediately and give them an instant slap.
To jest ta cała żelazna kopuła z Izraela.
Tak.
Tak, to są
Do tego
dwie
została
żelazne
stworzona.
Dwie żelazne kopuły, nawet. I couldn't do such a thing, because we are furniture. I am the table.
I am the table! Of course, she didn't want her breast touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit with their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. To think such devoted girls still existed in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy. But no! Oh no. I'm coming at you with a perverted face again. Knock me down.
Jezu, co to jest za trening samoobrony dla kobiet?
Look
Jezu.
out, pervert on the loose. This guy can't end until you do a little
Powinien
punch
ją
when he
nauczyć
slap
jak-
me.
Jak na tych filmikach. Jak się bronisz.
Please, hit me! No, nieźle, Buffalo.
I cannot fully fire your request because I am furniture, but if it were an order, I would obey you
Table.
because that is my duty. O, sorry. Jem popcorn, nie mogę teraz czytać. Then I'll make it an order. The next time Butler Kun tries to touch your breasts, counter-attack with a slap. Got it? Yes.
Jezu, jakiś
As you
kot
wish.
szalony powinna
From now
zrobić.
on, that's what I will do. Please
No jest
understand,
zadowolona
Butler
z tego.
Sama.
Mhm. Shannon Chan announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Oh. Her expression was radiant. I give her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work, but now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here?
Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. She's like
The
Ching Cheng
kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. No shit. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual. No, kanon to już jest, oczywiście. No właśnie się nie przyczepili chyba.
No,
Her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Urushimiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something.
albo jest bankartem.
Albo jest bankartem. If so,
Oh.
that might explain why her name's so
Kanon.
similar to Kanon-kun,
no.
the kid I
That's
met
such a big-
earlier in the Rose Garden.
No, że córka z nieprawego łoża.
Crazy
She's a long
trochę.
servant who's served here since she was 6 years old.
Boże, niewolnictwo.
Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. To sprawa wiedźm jak nic. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age. Especially in her breasts. Yes.
That kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?
He's the same as always. If only he were just a bit more sociable.
I apologize if he caused you any trouble.
No, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable.
Ooh, I get called that at the time too. I get called unsociable, just like Canon.
So
Ooh,
happy about that.
relatable? Yeah.
You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama.
Ooh, wanted to be like him. Ooh,
You said the meal was ready, right? Ah, yes. I'm sorry.
ona chce być emo.
Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion.
Shem bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up of our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
So, shall we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking.
Oh, I can't wait! Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs.
Ooh, stuff ourselves like pigs.
No. You can't take everything Butler-kun says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go.
To dlatego on ma na imię Goda-san, dlatego że był szefem.
Ty, to wszystko tłumaczy.
Jego specjalność to smażony ser.
Jezu, dostał honorowy tytuł. Wow.
No nie, no. Jakiegoś Czecha wzięli, no nie.
No.
Dobra. Under Shenenshun's guidance, we headed towards the mansion.
Oh,
Met once again by the magnificent Rose Garden, we continued onward, as the intimidating mansion of the Urashimiya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heat equipment apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu?
nie.
Nein! To wszystko musi być zachodnie.
Co się dzieje? Ale wejście było.
As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant.
Kto go w końcu grał?
Może
A to
brokonki
jest
damy.
dobre.
Chyba Pablito, ale
Bro-
nie.
Dawaj, Brok!
Brok.
Dawaj, bro.
Broc, lecisz!
Butler-sama,
Stary dziad jest.
it has been quite some time since last we met.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji-san, it really has been a while. You look well.
Thank you, I have been quite well, and Butler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. We are beginning to resemble the master in this youth.
I look like grandfather? Because that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young.
From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please come this way.
Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san. Genji-san, just like Sawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver, as you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seems he was by grandfather's side even more than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. Czy to obraz?
Tak myślałem.
Tak!
To jest,
Tak!
to jest Beatrice.
Beatrice!
Beatrice.
It was an awfully big portrait, hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back.
Ooh.
Sorry. Hey, Jessica. Has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too.
All right, when you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again?
Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last.
Brat.
Yes, you are correct, sir. In April of this year, before last, the master put in quiet display here, having previously ordered a painter to create it.
Grandfather did that? So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh?
Beatrice.
The portrait suited this Western mansion. Beatrice. This Western mansion and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged woman you often see in famous pictures. If she had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all.
Powiedział butler z czerwonymi włosami.
No.
U niego to jest normalne. To jest normalne u Japońców czerwone włosy, tak samo jak niebieskie.
Bo on jest
So-
main charakter.
So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer.
Ooh, I know. She's Beatrice. Beatrice.
Beatrice.
Jarycze.
What?
Beatrice. She's a witch. Didn't you ever hear stories about her long ago?
A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, there's actually pretty massive, considering the only the Urishimiya family lives here. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as it was when it was inhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed.
Oh,
Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness, since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go down to the forest are in danger despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were ever to play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the stories being passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go.
To jest the witch's house.
Dosłownie.
o nie.
At some point, the story of Rokkenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokkenjima's witch. That's why when we talk about a witch on the island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that a witch in that legend had an elegant name like. So did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story?
She's the witch from grandfather's delusions.
Delusional.
Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind, but to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. He says he had that painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. Huh. The whole thing's creepy as hell.
My lady, this porter is precious to the master. I beg of you, don't say such a thing in front of him.
I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that.
Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away.
Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room.
Ooh, I'm hungry.
Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Urishimiya family. All of Laura's remainder was the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokkenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I felt when I learned of the tutelary god shrine being struck by lightning. And I remember that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she's planning to tell us about this island. But I do know one thing. It isn't the Urishimiya family that rules Rokkenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right.
Beaches.
After all, this is the Witch's Island.
Butler, ooh, you're slow.
When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked.
Brought.
Oh! I brought the children. Please, pardon the co to jest?
Intrusion.
Intrusion.
Intrusion. The doors were opened, and we were invited inside.
Whoa. Wow.
Wow. The dining room, which looked exactly as you'd imagine a Persian dining rooms to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering.
You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat.
The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that room of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipit's chair, was the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. From the perspective of someone facing the incipit chair head-on, the sitting order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of two further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipit chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in the rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so the seat was empty. Across from his chair on the right side of the first row sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was the fourth in rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect the husbands and wives coming to next, but no. The left-hand seat in the third row, ranked number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, next to me, on the left-hand side of the fifth row, sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest in rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Opposite next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the 6th row and the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kirie-san. The seat opposite to Kirie-san was empty, even though Silverone had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Urishimiya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start from the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the grandchildren of the direct descendant would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line.
Based na przyszło?
It's baza. Logiczne i sensowne, ja nie rozumiem. It's terrible, but by this system my grandmother would be even lower than me. if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband, after aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm.
Wow.
Ja pierdolę.
You're the kid
Long ago,
Gotta-
when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our groups, adult siblings with adult siblings, and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine this thing or up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right, which meant that she has 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down.
Kurde. How nice to see you, Butler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you?
Yeah, 6 years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and reviving substance from other bountiful guests. Hard work, but I pulled through.
Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now?
I guess about 180 centimeters? But on Natsuhi, that's what you're supposed to say. Heck, sound like you all you did was eat.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife.
Skomplikowane.
Zgadza się.
Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother?
Tak, zdecydowanie.
It feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke to us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face.
Wow.
In fact, since we hardly ever exchange words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her.
Czekajcie, kto jest jej
All
mężem?
my efforts.
Co?
Najstarszy syn tego
Jej
dziadka.
męż, czyli Kraus. Czyli
Czyli Kraus.
A jego nie
To
ma?
jest
Nie ma go właśnie.
Nie było.
Jeszcze nie ma. Jak chcesz zobaczyć, to chyba jak wejdziesz w menu, to masz pokazane drzewka relacji, kto jest
Ja sobie
kto z kim.
zamknę.
Okej.
Though my efforts seem to have ended in failure.
Chyba nie ma potrzeby spoilerować sobie jego wyglądu.
Okej,
To-
tak
Nie.
sobie zgadałam właśnie, że lepiej nie szukać.
The silverware sat neatly on the table. The meal itself hasn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't insert a meal until the person's table. So, as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely.
Oh.
Not even appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived.
Umarł.
Może. Grandfather was pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time.
Daily?
Oh, well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often he doesn't even show up at family meals.
Schizofrenia ma.
I figured he'd at least calm down today. Then again,
Głupi
I
wiedźmy.
feel more relaxed and happy without him.
Jessica!
When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away.
Kocham.
No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, it was almost 12:20.
Wow.
Późno, faktycznie.
Wow.
Jest ta muzyka, dobrze. Urushimae Kinzo. The aged family head of the Urushimae head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently.
O, tutaj też ma portret Beatrice.
Pamiętacie, ja zaklepałam Beatrice,
oczywiście.
żeby być Beatrice'ą. Pamiętacie, że zaklepałam?
Tak, tak.
Yupi.
You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In the sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they do would window like this. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling father sometimes mingled with a knock. As Kenzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hand and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door.
Kraus! Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool! Who told you the door would be open if you but knocked? I will crucify the imbecile! Do you wish to suffer the same fate?
Dobra,
Okej, kto nim będzie?
Ja albo Brock.
Dawaj, Brock, bo mało było. Chyba, że on
Brock
śpi.
się pakuje.
Ups,
Nie ma go.
No
upsi.
to ja w takim razie.
Lecisz.
Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once in a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please come out.
Kraus called out his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call him from the corridor like this.
Molest me not. Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all! Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's heart. Put a pot in that earth to boil the warm wood. Jezu, trudne słowo, co to jest? For the imbeciles who dare try to lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. Ooh! A jeszcze już opłacha. I will soak their dregs in liquid. Ah, where is Genji? Call for Genji. Have my demonic, I feel prepared.
Demoniczny absynt, ale jazda.
The wisdom of the green
No,
stain
she-
you give me no longer. I'm worried Genji, bring him here.
Chlebek przestań zajadać się demonicznym absyntem.
Przepraszam.
Nie wiem, że bardzo aluring.
On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out.
Wow.
Ale
Looks
elegancko.
like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore.
Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use and smiled bitterly.
Muda.
Muda.
Wah, wah, wah. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality.
Kinzo-san, your sons, fathers, and grandchildren have come to see you. Have they not? Could you just let them see your face? If only for a short while.
A ten doktor mieszka w tym domu?
Chyba
Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo! I never told anyone to get you. I thought that kid Genji. Now call for him immediately. Time is short. The apostles are already reading their trumpets. Reading their trumpets. Why do you not understand this foolish sheep? Ooh.
Ale folia.
Zawsze doda.
Kinza slammed an old heavy book again, over and over.
A ten będzie taki dźwięk.
Okay, Clem.
Oh, that racket clearly
Yeah,
expressed
boy,
his
it's-
great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled.
Why? Why is there always something in my way?
Wyjdź do.
I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, Beatrice, if I could see her smile but one more time, I would plant the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the legions of... Co to jest?
Locusts.
Locusts.
Reap
Shall
the
I?
smiles of the earth. Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this? Co to jest za słowo?
Impediment. Przeszkoda.
Why must I suffer this
Mm.
impediment of this most precious of days? Call for Genji!
I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now.
Ale ma wywalone. Ale ma wywalone.
A ja się tak starałam.
Kuro-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father?
My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was.
Najbliższy sen.
Wow.
At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do.
Kinzo-san.
Choking coughs continued to pour from the stomach.
I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house.
Jezu, jakie to było protekcjonalne.
Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be vain.
Genji-san, father is calling for you. Keep him company.
Broka nie ma. Certainly.
Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste.
Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh.
Sorry, Genji-san, but please allow me to leave this in your hands.
Yes, please leave it to me.
Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break.
Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Ah, where Genji? Call for Genji. Oh my god.
Please, allow me to handle the situation here.
Very well. Forgive me.
Wow.
Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door.
Master, it is Genji.
Genji? Why have you kept me waiting so long? You're alone, I trust.
Correct. I am alone.
Czemu on płacze?
Kinzo returned to his
When
seat in
they
the study
cry.
and pressed an old-fashioned
No.
switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that to him were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation to the door, unable even to see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it wasn't just worth the effort to disturb the aging family head, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported the isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of servants.
Genji, my usual. I'm busy.
Yes, sir.
Genji headed to the corner of the study, their suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous cold display.
Trucizna.
They were actually liquor, but considering the shitty atmosphere, I suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you try to call them the old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them Grimoire!"
Call them Grimoire.
There were also many There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, and all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grown subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an honest dark green liquid in a complex glass, unless first... Nalewka z tej linonia. Unless someone first told them it was alcohol.
Please.
He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the apparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned into a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction. The drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood. Drank it. It had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window.
Here, master.
Thank you.
Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable, shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery from beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, but a motion of Genji.
Drink, my friend.
Your words are too kind for me.
No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend.
Thank you.
Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down.
I attempted to imitate your
Concoction.
concoction.
Mikstura.
Nie znam tego
Concoction.
słowa. I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is super. Jezu, gdzie ja zobaczyłam super. To make it pure relish.
Thank you very much. This is the fruit of your guidance, master.
Kenzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when he knew to. Even when asked. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at the close friend's old, unshakable habit.
We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago.
It's entirely thanks to you, Master, that I have been able to live like this until today.
Kenzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery.
Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me even now.
Your words are more than I deserve.
My life will not last much longer. My sons are
Vultures.
vultures,
Vultures.
lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Kraus is a fool who squatters money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Eva is a slave to money, who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a proof. That turns Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere and about whom we know nothing. Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. Ooh, George has none of what it takes to be a man. Butler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Shiromiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. Ona ma 9 lat, ale okej. Why is the Urushiya plot so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? Of course, I know this is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it. You golden witch, are you trying to take revenge against me this way? If you want to hate me, then do so. If you want to run away, then run. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Won't let you go. Won't let you go. You belong to me. You must always be in my arms. For all my life. You must stay in my bird cage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Beatrice. Why won't you smile back at me? Oh! Oh! Beatrice! Beatrice!
Beatrice!
Oh! Beatrice!
Absolut kino.
Dziękuję.
Howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and robbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this.
Thank you, my friend.
When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing 2 different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body.
And so, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my deemed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the Demon's roulette. the power of magic is always determined by the risk of gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox. In ancient Japanese sources, to nail a course door to a tree. Należy gwoździe.
Tak,
Należy gwoździe prosto
Tak,
walkę
laskę.
bić. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days of the course takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happen in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with a lot probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation concerned by soldiers on the Red Sea shores waited upon a scale of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless and results of the roulette of those with power. That is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. Ooh! Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracle is magic power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I sense that miracle, I will have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true.
Kinzo looked up to the sky outside. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in.
If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! Show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile, that is all. I will return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. Oh, Beatrice. I will return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice. Oh, Beatrice.
His nonsensical yells became a scream and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch his master's lamentation. Oh,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family's head health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have gathered for this event that occurs but once a year.
Beatrice.
Goda, let the lunch begin.
Certainly. I shall begin today's luncheon.
Nie. Jezu, wylało się. Dr. Nanjo, is father condition really that bad? Nie, Manią, Jezu. Couldn't he have at least let us see his face? Jezu.
Robak przyleciał.
Co żeś blała?
Oblałam podkładkę z Umamusu.
Nie! Nie!
Od Umapioi.
Wiesz co?
Nie.
Ale nie wylało się na Special Week, tylko obok, więc jest okej. No i
No
czytaj.
dobrze, to okej. To dobre.
Okay, it's more of a problem of a mood than of physical condition, and for that there is no medicine I can prescribe.
Hey, are we talking about this mood again? You've gotta be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season just to come and find out how he's doing. And now he's... Then you should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding?
Szruk.
Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though, Rudolph was willing to be in again at how self-centered his father was. He wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting.
Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner? Krasny-san?
I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly. Although, I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him.
Genji-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk. It's pretty pathetic, though. Making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood.
Jessica, don't speak out of turn.
Lomo.
Zun! Zun!
Co my tam mamy? O, dobrze. She'd planned for her complaint to be heard, but it had reached even Klaus's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking. He's as cranky as they made him sound. He can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him.
It's because grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left.
Whoa.
If the initial diagnosis was correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. It's right for us to worry about him.
Będzie jak Akiu.
No. Kiedy 14 dni umiera.
Dobrze, mam nadzieję. Lunch started with family heads, seat still empty.
Bro.
The man who should be sitting there had already grown old. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which had been rebuilt, the Urushimiya family, in the single span of a lifetime, was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal, and with that seat still empty, no one felt that it was that odd anymore.
Wow!
Wow.
Chyba
Mój
skończyliśmy
komputer.
chapter?
Nie ma opcji.
Antrakt? Antrakt? Czy mamy teraz antrakt, czy nie?
Chyba nie.
Lecimy dalej?
No.
Dobrze, to lecimy dalej. The Urushimiya Family Conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a family conference, You'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children. And no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting was literally a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result of how much fortune borrowed from the main family paid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed from future business ventures? What lessons they had learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. And my dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful, so while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle Kraus. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Yes. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed, so Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kinda cool. Just like with Aunt Natsushi, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat with children, and I felt like he was just like Aunt Natsuki. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very dominating from his position as a sibling, and was despised by all the other siblings. Though despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even if the relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the opposite side from Kraus and the others. The very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kiryu-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems his grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. This kind of hobby seems like very our grandfather with his love of all things Western. Nanjo's probably the only person who could enter Rokkenjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kirie and the other woman who sat near to him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Urashimiya family attend the family conference was a bit odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but considering how rich grandfather is, at the time of his death, his wealth would suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid. And it'll lead to ulcers for everyone.
Ulcers, co to za słowo?
Wrzody.
Jakby takie... Wrzody, dokładnie, wrzody. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at a family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in the incipitance chair is Urashimiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. I'd totally freak out. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. At that earlier conversation between my dad and our crowds about who should go convince grandfather to calm down, seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, the Urashimiya family they owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of the branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the grandmother's main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1903, Taisho 12, the mansion owned by the Urashimiya family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Urashimiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who the successor of the family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, nie wiem, he referred to this as good fortune, so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Urashimiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this, he accomplished it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinarily talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of his family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he's built up with giant war chest, he immediately... It was someone like tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one.
Była taka gra, ale
Just
zaufana.
like some
Pamiętam.
Ja nie.
just like some crazy street
Taka
performance.
przeglądarkowa była.
I'll bet.
Się tak jechało.
I'll bet
Nie
everyone.
pamiętam.
Happy Wheels.
Dobra, nieważne.
Mm.
Nie Happy Wheels. Chyba, że odchodzi, nie wiem.
Nie, no właśnie,
Nie.
nie. Trochę dziwne.
Nie, mi się była taka gra, że
Jeszcze
się
raz
jechało
jaka?
samochodem i się skakało po dachach, jak
No, dokładnie.
między pasmami drogi.
Coś chyba było.
Grałam w to.
Ja też.
However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with confidence piling up and every chance being taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At the time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Real, to prawda. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in businesses under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich.
Ale dał dupy.
No dał dupy, no, MacArthurowi. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information not like saved today. He must have some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for... No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning. When he started investing his money, the history books made it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of superior rich played the money game and made a profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, Grandfather was a member of the extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure that all this happened during 1950, Showa 25 or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in 1924, Taisho 13, so... That means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Uchimiya family in about 20 years to a level even higher than has ever been before. Dziwne.
Czekajcie, czyli
With
ja...
that,
No.
Możemy
Okej.
podsumować, co się wydarzyło. Ejka.
Ja widzę Umi.
No, czyli
Okej.
jego rodzina po prostu, większość jego rodziny umarła w tym trzęsieniu ziemi
Dobra.
w Kanto w tym w
I on
1920.
jakby
24.
dostał fortunę i polepszył, tak?
No, tak.
Okej.
Przewidział jakby to,
Ogólnie
że...
to jest tak. Był osobą, która była jakby najbliżej tej liście, co nie? Prowadzących.
A, okej.
I wziął te całe pieniądze, zainwestował je w jakieś pożyczki i zaczął bawić się biznesami i zarabiać pieniądze. A kiedy przyszła druga wojna, skończyła się druga wojna, to był w bardzo bliskim kontakcie z tym okupantami, czyli Stanami.
Ameryką. Mhm.
No i Ameryką, dokładnie. No i podczas wojny koreańskiej w latach 50 wiedział o niektórych rzeczach, o których w sumie nie wiedział, przewidział je. I co? I zarobił na tym bardzo dużo pieniędzy.
No
I w
po prostu
24 lata...
przewidział, że będzie wojna w Korei i przygotował
Przewidział,
swój
że
biznes
będzie
pod
wojna w
to,
Korei.
żeby produkować jakieś zapasy, powiedzmy, sprzęt do wojny, nie?
Okej.
No, sprzęt.
Czyli-
No, to
jak
jest
zwykle.
crazy.
No właśnie.
No, taka historia. No i jak zwykle ludzie zarabiają na wojnie. Cudownie.
Norma.
Dobra, lecimy dalej, nie?
No.
O czym to jest?
Umineko?
może być-
Dobre pytanie.
Po
Nie
wszystkim.
działo się za dużo.
Ja
Ogólnie
widzę Umi. Ja widzę a gdzie jest
W Umineko dzieje się dużo.
Bru.
Obejrzyj
Umineko-
pierwszy
Umi-
odcinek nasz.
To jest też
Obejrzyj,
pierwszy
właśnie,
odcinek.
obejrzyj pierwszy odcinek, to zrozumiesz.
Jest
Ale-
nagrane.
No jest na ogólnym.
YouTube.
Jest nagrane normalnie.
Niektóre
Ale-
wrzucił.
Przypnij to może.
4 godziny.
W skrócie to
Nie.
jest rodzinka na wyspie i jakimś cudem dzieci są... jak to się mówi? Grandchildren. Jak to się mówi? Wnuczkowie
wnuki.
są wyżej niż,
Wnuki.
niż dorośli niektórzy i oni są bardzo ważni i dziadek jest trochę psychiczny i coś tam z
Już
wiedźmą.
przypiętych jest.
Więc my próbujemy
Wiedźmy,
jeszcze wiedzieć,
magia.
kiedy wiedźma będzie i
Złota
czemu
wiedźma.
Dziadek,
Dziadek
nie
ma
przyjdzie na kolację.
schizofrenię. I widzi wiedźmę.
Tak, i oni też czekają, aż dziadek zejdzie na kolację, albo może nie zejdzie, albo może zejdzie, nie wiadomo.
Musisz obejrzeć
Jest
cały
typiczny.
film, inaczej masz bana.
No, 4,5 godziny się minęła.
Nie no, przestań, oni tam japują pół.
No to
tylko.
prawda.
Nie, ja raczej
Mm.
będę wam życzył dobrej zabawy albo coś. Ile sobie to się
Aha.
No by,
Cringe.
Dziękujemy.
No wiesz co...
Cringe.
no dobra.
Bardzo
Po co
dziękuję.
powiedzieliśmy, o czym to jest?
Przyszedłem. Jestem zajętym
No.
człowiekiem, przepraszam.
Możesz mieć
Dobra.
podcast przecież w tle, słuchaj nas sobie.
He.
Okej.
No dobra, wracamy. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara. But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something you can do ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base.
Wow.
He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land.
Geniusz.
Wow.
Proste. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that today offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under the table bribe did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune and his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on this island soon after. This mansion, in fact. Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once inhabited island a canvas upon which he could create his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability, or at least this is how they portray it after the fact. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck.
Wiedźma
Even though na pewno, jak nic, głupi wiedźmy. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island. where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start. But none of our parents really know when his black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he was anything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre.
Jojo's Bizarre Adventure.
Ale to tak śmierdzi, jak ten gość z Sajlota. Come on.
Jojo zżynało od Umineko na pewno.
Real.
From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased. But there was no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking, that's disgusting. I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere happily talking behind his boss's back. No. Not a fancy dining hall like this. More like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxed. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer. Koda-san's an excellent chef. These fish were caught in the adjacent seas, weren't they? They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket.
Niemożliwe.
Nie wierzę, w końcu mówimy. Hej,
Możecie mówić. Dobra, to ja sobie zrobię chwilę przerwy.
No to może w ogóle robimy przerwę.
Nie mogę czytać.
Ja też bym sobie poszedł zrobić coś do picia. No więc...
No to możemy przerwę zrobić.
No to chwilka przerwy w takim razie.
No to Antrakt.
dobra, to ile minutek sobie dajemy? Jak wyjdzie, okej.
Tama.
Elo. Kupiłam folię i w końcu moje naklejki nie będą się ścierać.
O, ale super.
Mogę zrobić quality airing. Nawet ją ładnie wydrukuję, bo w Gorzowie, z jakiegoś powodu Gorzów ma wszystko zjebane, ale jest zajebiste drukarnia. Okay.
To jest chyba klątwa.
To jest dla mnie to okej. To jest zaleta taka, że mogę sobie wydrukować.
Klątwa faraona.
Nie mogę przestać o tym myśleć, że
Jezu, co to
Już na
było?
godzinę.
co?
Robierz!
Pan, kiedy stanął nad brzegiem. Nie śpiewajcie ze mną, come on. Żałosne.
A ja nie znam słów.
Nie.
To ty na mnie spojrzałeś.
Dalej nie znam.
Ojej. No cóż. Ja nie mogę ominęli.
Żółta wiedźma lampska.
Żółta?
Co?
No, bo jest 21:37.
Aha, że
A.
ze złotej zmienia się
Ale
w
już
żółtą.
nie.
21:67 twoja wiedźma zmieni się w żółtą.
Nie.
Nie wychodź z domu.
Nie wychodź z domu, bo przyjdzie zła wiedźma.
Przyjdzie żółta
Ale-
wiedźma.
Ale tylko o 21:37 nie możesz wychodzić.
Już masz iść. Spokojnie.
Tak.
38, o dobra, idę.
Ale nudy.
Yes, I agree with your statement.
Robak.
Co?
Czego? Robak, nie mogę go zabić. Nie mogę go zabić, bo jest za mały.
Jezu, weszłam na Genso i są wydarzenia Animatsuri, 0 osób chętnych.
Serio. Znaczy, no. Ja nawet nie wiem, kiedy jest, już za dużo. Za dużo wszystko najebali
W
latem.
ten weekend. W ten weekend.
Ta, już lecę, no. Hop, hop. Mój tata tak zawsze mówi, wiecie. Moja mama mówi, ej, a coś tam zrób, coś tam zrobimy, a mój tata, no już lecę, hop, hop, hop.
Hop, hop,
Co
hop.
mówicie? Zaraz zrobię żółtą wiedźmę.
Dobrze, że się nie zmienisz w żółtą wiedźmę.
No, tylko zieloną.
Toksyczna.
No słuchaj.
No dobra, daj mamy przerwę? Ajaj.
Niektórzy jeszcze nie przyszli.
A dobra, bo nie ma jeszcze Hawusaka.
Tamo.
Bro. Kierownika imprezy nie ma. Jezu, potrzebuję koszulki kierownika imprezy.
Nie, to
No,
musi być taka
poczekajmy, no.
kamizelka.
Tak?
Blaskowa. No.
A nie to
Z tyłu
koszulka, taka a kamizelka jakby na wierzchu.
Jestem.
O,
Jesteś! Dobrze.
Wszyscy są... O, okej, dobra.
No.
No to lecimy chyba.
Chyba. No to wychodzi.
Niektóry.
umarł.
Chyba jednak wszystkich nie
Umarł
ma.
czekając.
Przykre.
Czyli czekamy na niektórego. Dobrze.
Umarł czekając.
Mam serniczek.
Nie.
Super.
Jo. A z rodzynkami czy bez? To jest ważne pytanie.
Z borówkami.
Jaka jest dla was
Patrzcie, jak go grał.
What
Czy
the
z
heck?
rodzynkami, czy bez? Dla mnie nie ma różnicy, czy jest z rodzynkami, czy bez.
Ja niebieski.
No ja nie wiem.
Rodzynki zawsze można wyjąć.
No,
Jestem jakby co?
Okej.
O,
Ja się wypowiem o rodzynkach w serniku.
nie
Generalnie uważam, że jak za dużo,
W Biblii
To
pluje na
niedobrze.
ludzi, co jedzą ciasto.
No,
ale jak jest tak parę rodzynek dla
No
smaku,
tam, no
Okej.
niby. Ale
nie
wolałabym
lubię,
nie.
bo one są takie trochę kwaskowate jakby.
no.
Ja lubię ten
Sernik
smak.
sam w sobie też jest dość kwaskowaty.
Ale zdrowe są, ważne.
Czy ja
Ale
wiem?
to można taką
Znaczy
kropelkę.
chyba zależy jaki sernik.
No.
Ja nie przepadam, ale jak są, to też zjem. To aż tak bardzo mi nie przeszkadzają.
No, sernik jednak, no, można nie odmówić.
Dokładnie. No to co?
Wolę bez,
Wstawaj.
ale też zjem.
Niektóre teraz twoja
Był
kolej.
sernik pan.
Okej, już? Okej. Hey, quit it, Butler. Your upbringing will be exposed.
Everyone let out a big laugh.
Ja.
Ho, 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 ho. To musi być ten. O, ho, ho, ho.
Oho, no.
Damn it. You even say that even though you love those cheap pups.
I've eaten at many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I would be willing to bet Gouda's son used to be pretty well known in those circles.
I don't know the details. But stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel he used to work at. What with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant.
As Gauda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his bumpy past without losing his smile.
The world is a difficult place.
The world... no właśnie.
However,
Przepraszam,
thanks to the madam, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiromiya family. Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me. All this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam.
Wow.
Gauda's son respectfully bowed his head toward Auntie Natsuki.
Blumon, jak masz dość narracji, to możemy spróbować kogoś innego.
Nie mam dość
Nie?
narracji. No chyba, że ty chcesz.
Oh.
Wiecie, no ja chętnie bym mógł, ale właściwie ty byłeś ciągle narratorem, więc mógłbyś nim być dalej.
Oh.
That's because you were
Ja
the
nie mam
most
nic
talented
przeciwko
of the
temu.
applicants.
Tylko pytam, bo tam dużo gadasz, bardzo dużo gadasz.
Spoko.
Żebyś sobie gardło nie zdarł.
The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings. So there is no need to thank me.
Dang. Why does Aunt Natsuki always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression.
Pan Maruda.
Shannon-chan, Sawa-san, entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
Please excuse us. Now then, let us move on to today's dessert.
Goda-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us, all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started getting more. I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce.
Blood.
Co, chlebie, chcesz robić jak są jakieś teksty w cudzysłowie narratora?
Słucham? Ja
No
sobie
jak
tak
jak
tylko
narrator
komentuję.
mówi, to jak są...
Dobra, tam.
No dobrze.
Ale mogę coś
To nie.
tam. A, okej.
Jak? Jak chcesz.
No dobra, czytaj wszystko po prostu.
A white... Dobra, okay. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to it, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, "No, it's okay."
Ooh. This part's sore. This part's sore. Butler, this one's no good. Ooh.
Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What? Some are good and some bad. Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently one sauce was sweet and the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it.
Okay.
That means
Oh, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness. Red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Hey, Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Shannon-chan hesitated to speak.
Ona nie wie.
She doesn't know. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we better off not knowing about?
Blood.
Well, Aunt Natsuhi made a gesture that seemed to indicate an ongoing headache. Kumasawa-san, who was sitting at the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle.
Jakbym miała tak niekompetentnych sługusów, też by mnie głowa bolała cały czas.
Można małty.
Kto
Dobrze,
teraz?
nie ma Karłowicza, więc kto?
Mogę?
Ja myślę, że to sos różany.
Okay, what do you think we made it out of? It'll shock you.
I don't have a clue. Wait a sec. Come on, Baba-san. That love's pretty creepy. So, what is it?
Don't tell anyone, okay? Listen very carefully.
Kumabawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught Jessica, George Aniki, and, of course, Maria also put their ears closer.
Ooh, what? What? Quickly! Quickly!
You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel.
What? Mackerel?
A to chyba...
Chyba wszyscy powinni faktycznie
To chyba...
klikać.
Dawajcie, na 3 raz.
Co? Jeszcze raz,
To się
jeszcze
nie
raz.
uda. To się nie uda.
Ale co? Ale co? Bo ja nie słyszałam.
No bo
What
wszyscy byli...
mackerel?
Wszyscy byli jak what mackerel. Możemy spróbować, tak?
Dobra.
Okay.
3,
Dobrze.
2, 1.
What?
Mackerel?
What? Mackerel? That's crazy! We all fought. Horrified. Only Murray accepted it, nodding sagely.
Ooh. Mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them.
Ha 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 ha.
Wahahaha.
Wahaha. When Marie started clamoring that Markle will, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Grwa.
Jak smakują.
To był rozum.
Only Aunt Rosa, her face red. Czekaj, co?
Whispered to Maria that Mackerel is sour.
Okay.
Whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as simishaba vinegar.
Czemu?
Now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she?
Czemu on ciągle daje się nabierać na to?
Nie.
Nie wiem.
Nie
Butler ma dwie szare komórki. Jedna jest od tego,
Wiadomo
od łapania
czego.
cyców, a druga od
Druga na pewno
wszystkiego
nie jest od
innego.
U.
I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has gotta be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kikuraga mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all out school like a smart selling on everyone, didn't I? Kumasawa-bachan, you sure haven't changed. Ilmari's gonna believe it now, huh?
Daily?
It's just a joke. Now, Golden-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is. Won't he?
Goda-san looked a little put off about this masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden. The sauce is a combination of two reds, strawberry and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry sweetness and the rose hip sourness. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy. Niebieski miał rację.
Crazy!
Niebieski strzelił dobrze.
Klap.
Złota wiedźma mi to wyjawiła.
Żółta
Tak,
chyba.
zakładam.
Na pewno.
Żółta. Był taki żółty czarodziej w historii. Albo papież.
Papież.
Co wymyśliliśmy, bo była 21:30,
Jest jakaś różnica?
jak was nie było.
O,
No, to było smutne. Samotności. Przeżyć.
Normalnych ludzi nawiedza złota wiedźma, nas nawiedza papież.
papież Polak.
No dobra. No dobrze. Wow. I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As good as Sen elaborating on the details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you just call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden today. He displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet or sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you'd get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste and his presentation.
How is it, madam?
Splendid, as always. It is worthy of entertaining our guests.
I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I have heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared.
Is that so? Thank you.
See, didn't I tell you, Natsuhina-san? Rosehip is great for headaches.
So it seems. I do hope it actually helps.
Goda-san! I love ya! Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating ya? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like. Having your talent confined to the small islands is a sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers?
Hahaha, Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to steal away our Goda? Now that won't do at all. We'd better start treating Goda better, or he'll get snatched up.
Yes, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa style mackerel cooking a day, won't you?
Haha, that's harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge against me.
Wyłącz to.
Hahaha.
Wahahaha.
Ukradli nam najlepszą voice aktorkę.
Dobra,
Będziemy jej...
dobra.
Jeszcze
Wahahaha.
Dokładnie.
O, ho, ho, ho.
O, ho, 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 ho.
Dziękuję Satoko za ten piękny śmiech.
Za. O, ho, 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 ho.
Więcej emocji.
No to co to było?
A to była
No.
Haniu. To była
Jeszcze
Haniu.
raz. Nie rozumiem tego dźwięku, ale okej.
To jest hał, hał.
Hał, wow.
Au, au.
Au,
Wow.
au, au, au,
Wow.
au, 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 au.
Wow. Co teraz robimy?
Czekamy, chyba.
Nie wiemy, co się dzieje z Daily.
Tak.
Hej,
Dobrze.
jestem z
O,
powrotem.
dobra.
Jo.
Całe szczęście.
Przeżyłaś?
Dobrze,
A, dziękuję.
Możesz się zaśmiać
Jest
teraz na
okej.
powitanie.
dobrze.
Wahaha. Everyone is a huge laugh.
Everyone let out this huge laugh.
Masakra.
According to
Co tam się
Jessica,
dzieje?
Gorzej niż na Bank Dream.
Real?
skorzystam z tej przerwy na chwilę.
No dobra.
Jezu.
Okej.
No to w takim razie...
Mogę czytać, tylko nie pogryziłam chyba.
No dobra.
Mamie się nie podoba, że robisz łahaha.
Mama nie docenia sztuki.
O,
Masakra.
Przykro mi.
nie można mieć...
Moje rodzice nie
Nie
można
przeszkadzają.
mieć tak.
Uuu,
Blue
Nie
Moon
ma-
poszedł na przerwę, więc teraz jest moment na...
Nie można się dobrze bawić w tym domu.
No dosłownie.
wow,
O, nie.
au, 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 au. Wow. Ale banger.
Real music.
No nie.
Au, au.
Każdy znajdzie jakąś demon dziewczynkę i zrobi tam osobowość.
Nano Desu.
Ja mam gdzieś nawet pobrany konsol ARK, żeby sobie zagrać z Higurashi i tam jest cały ARK. O, to Hadiu, to inny po prostu nie bądź czekać aż to przeczytam. Kostek, czy ty czytałeś ARK o Haniu?
Ja?
No?
Oj, dawno.
No.
Bardzo dawno.
Au, 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 au.
Główny bohater wrócił, więc możemy czytać dalej.
Ja.
Wróciłem. John Umineko.
Ten Umineko.
According to Jessica. Okay. According to Jessica, Kumabawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, making people smarter and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these jokes at her age, theory. Real warto.
In that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you better look forward to it.
We sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimesaba.
That sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rukajima's famous mackerel shoulder?
No way.
Wow.
Nalewka z makreli. Łahaha.
Ahahaha.
Wahahaha. Kumasawa-san,
Nabija się
together
ze
with Shannon-chan, bowed... Przepraszam. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked the show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we having half steak for dinner.
Kumasawa-san, thanks for doing that back there.
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Bowed.
Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks.
Okumasawa may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when her response, was always suffering because of small weakness. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who misunderstood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue.
I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shift. I believe you were giving a break until this evening. I'm jealous.
Oh, sorry. I haven't checked the shift chart yet.
Oh, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break.
Oh, yes. I would be delighted to help.
Kocham.
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the...
Wow.
Możecie from ich rodziców w sumie.
Yo. Wow.
Nie ma.
Oni zostali porwani, żeby służyć na
Nie
tej-
ma! To wszystko przez tą głupią wiedźmę.
To jest anime. Niepotrzebni są rodzice.
Dobra. Wyjechali.
Przecież mają Kinzo i wiedźmę.
No tak, przez żółtą wiedźmę.
Dining hall... No, przez żółtą wiedźmę.
Żółta
Nie!
wiedźma kochała
Papież,
dzieci.
nie! The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they'd prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Aunt Nana. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told the children to play outside.
Butler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside?
Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky is still clear, but the weather report keep on talking about rain.
Ooh, I wanna go to the beach. The beach.
Let's go get away. Stay.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on the sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, isn't it?
Chcesz wyjść? Pytam się.
Masakra. Ból, szok i niedowierzanie.
Nie można mieć sztuki w domu.
No. Dlatego musi powstać dom Bang Dream.
Jezu. I co, będziemy nagrywać odcinki na YouTube'a Dom Dream?
Tak. O nie.
Daily
Ja
napisała,
myślałem, że
że
Nie, weź, nie
przeczytania.
zostaniesz vlogerem jakim.
No lepiej nie.
Będzie
To
nagrywał.
ja przeczytam
O,
za
słuchajcie,
Daily.
dzisiaj witamy w domu Bang Dream. Wow.
Dzisiaj będziemy czytać
Daily
Umineko przez 5 godzin.
Daily.
Let's go!
Daily napisała, żeby ktoś za nią, więc ja chyba przeczytam po prostu.
Dobrze.
Ah, good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Ooh, let's go. Nie no, ktoś inny.
Teraz
może, nie
Chlebek
będę
będzie
się
wszystkie kwestie czytać.
Wszystkie kobiety w grze. I
To
Kinzo.
przed laską.
To oddeleguj kogoś do którejś.
Mogę bardzo cicho. Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Or your shoes.
Ooh, won't get wet.
That obedience is cute. Butler could make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay?
Sure, leave it to me.
Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself, listening to Kiri like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change?
Hell no. Let's go, everyone. Come on! The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst.
Rudolph's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing. Quit it. We're no match for your family, Aniki.
That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talent at education and training, Natsuhine-san. Thank you.
Natsuhi answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture.
Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought there'd be kids forever, but they started getting huge all of a sudden, and they're adults like us. Adler-kun looks like a completely different person now. His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid. True, you could say the same about my husband. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up.
Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say.
That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now. So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level, rather than an emotional one. Wow.
Ostatnią postacią, która powinna powiedzieć.
When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm. When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window.
Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark. Just as it always has.
Oh, what is your always
Endeavored.
Endeavored. Oh, that's what is your always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa?
Tak, sorry.
Ale.
Zoom.
Tak teraz patrzę z ciekawości... teraz ja. Nie, bo tak teraz patrzę z ciekawości, jak to wygląda. Właśnie jak czytałem pierwszy epizod i my jesteśmy gdzieś tak... Czekaj. Tak plus minus w połowie na ten moment. Teraz jesteśmy gdzieś w połowie, faktycznie.
Nie przeczytamy tego dziś.
No nie ma szans, nie ma szans.
Gdzie? No chyba, że siedzimy do 4 rano.
Nie.
I się sprężymy.
Mama mnie wyrzuci,
Ale
jeszcze
dobra.
pójdę do własnego
Rosa
baru,
gave a
niż
smile.
mam wrażenia.
Oh. Rosa gave a fake smile. She knew that, whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling.
Quit it, Aneki. We'd better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual discussion.
As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, someone with a slight sigh and some little small look of resignation on their face. They were apparently approaching the unavoidable true agenda.
Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months. Which I guess means he's got negative 9 months left now.
Wow.
Ale wariat.
Should we take that to mean it might suddenly
Crazy.
happen at any time?
The family head is still alive and well. The fact that you bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san.
No put heat on. This is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this a perfect time to talk about this. Why, we've still got time to plan. It's just a bit over financial adequate, you might say.
O Jezu.
It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo? Could we hear the details from you? That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all.
Ja będę się żegnał.
Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out. Okay. Bye-bye. So we'll see. And staring out at the rose garden, let a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition? Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision, since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out. No need to explain.
No to teraz chlebek.
A to ja. No need to explain. You're
Nie
saying that
ważne.
measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right?
That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for the weakness, the effects of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state. And so you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited.
Kiri, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit.
Wow. Wow.
Ale
I'm
uciczył.
sorry. Goodness. That is correct. Kinzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol.
So he's in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he's lived long and maybe he's lived this long because he drinks. There's that for you, the heavy drinker.
Literally me?
Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction. But what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head.
Naturally, she jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva started back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
Oh, it's okay, fine. Forget her.
Taka
If I
smutna twarz.
chose her words a bit more carefully, okay?
I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about father's condition. Is that so? I hadn't realized.
Dr. Nanjo, please tell us, for the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan.
Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle.
You ask whether he will still be healthy next year? But as a doctor, it is very hard to say.
Oni chcą się go pozbyć.
While I do think this long his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Orokanjima is a solitary island. It is not as though the ambulance could quickly jump to save him. Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but
Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now.
has Dr. Nanjo been examining him?
Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods.
I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. It's true that some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle.
Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following advice given makes the whole thing pointless.
So, to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death.
Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words?
Sorry. I've always thought this way. Give me a break.
I understand how Nanjo says he sees it. What about you, Krasny-san?
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he has only 3 months to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. In the next world, get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So, in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go anytime. No offense to you, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in this field. Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets.
Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right? Wow, ile pieniędzy. But it's not as thought that all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Chcą się
That-
go pozbyć.
That's right. You
Mm.
sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut into equal parts. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in?
I cannot understand how you all can openly discuss this as thought the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. Come on. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya house's wealth is vast. Wealth. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There's a huge difference between this family resources and your family's wealth. How rude! My dear family has nothing to do with this.
Natsuki responded indignantly, though in a low voice. Indignantly,
O Jezu, to
though
miał być
in a low
voice.
voice, and the
How rude!
Co tam na
man.
Patrz, co się znalazłam.
Jak to znalazłeś?
No znalazłam.
Pokaż. Znalazłeś sobie marszale po prostu
Tak.
na ulicy?
Nam też pokaż.
Niezła jest.
Zajebisty, nie?
Pokażę wam,
No.
pokażę. No to dobrze dla ciebie.
Mam nadzieję.
I wypowiem.
Okej, Argent, rozumiem.
And the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
Okej.
Można czytać.
Dobrze.
Przeczytał już, więc
Halo.
możesz
A,
przeczytać.
dobra. Okej,
Owusa.
dobra.
Przez-
No dobra.
Give it a rest, Eva. Natsuki-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness.
Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsuki even more intense.
It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me. Bro się zmęczył. Really.
Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To the outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footstep had disappeared into the distance, Kraus had recrossed his legs.
In other words, this is what you all would like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya family's wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight. Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty?
We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings. It doesn't matter when we do that. But if the day father's condition worsens is approaching, Discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me.
Rose shot a glance at Eva and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it's hard for cross-examined by the eldest.
Oh? Is that your true opinion? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say it.
Whoa.
Quit it, Aniki. Rosa's one of Dad's kids too. She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us. It's only natural that she'd be interested. After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too relaxed. It almost seems like you'd like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue.
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Daily.
Calm down, Natsuki-san. Listen to what we have to say.
Nissan, I heard the times have been extremely good lately. Yes, since last year, we've been in an
Unprecedented.
unprecedented boom. And the yen keeps
Boom.
on rising.
Boom! Right.
Rising on the beat. It seems that it's no longer a dream that dollar will reach 100 yen. Also, the ruling party says that it will establish health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about trying to gather as much funding as they can. Trudne słowa. Jezu.
You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which father revived the Ushiromiya family.
Czy ktoś ma dźwięk na Discordzie? Czy ktoś ma moja i dźwięk Wineboom na Discordzie?
To jest Oganga, nie.
Nie taki.
Mam.
O! Dokładnie. Trzeba to dawać jak będzie boom.
Dobrze.
Unprecedented boom! Halo.
O, jest. Dobra.
Tak, to taki.
Ja za każdym razem jak odpalam ten panel dźwięków, to muszę wpisywać.
Boom!
Boom.
Boom.
Tak.
86. Oni jeszcze nie wiedzą, co ich czeka. Wydaje mi się.
Wineboom.
Wineboom.
Spadek jena.
Oni nie wiedzą.
Oni nie wiedzą.
Spokojnie, wtedy jeszcze było ok.
No tak.
Spokojnie, to był 89.
6.
To jeszcze trochę. Oni nie wiedzą. 6?
Nie, chodzi ci o tą inflację. No to było później.
Tak, ale to było jeszcze ok. Do 89. Wtedy mamy recesję. Do teraz.
Tak.
Dobrze.
The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. We have reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on that fact. The three kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels and theme parks. Have you gone to Disneyland, which opened just a few years ago?
Disney.
What an excellent theme park!
I mean, he's
It's a
right.
place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families.
On przed chwilą narzekał, że Rosa jest dziecinna. Ja nie mogę. Szybko się zmieni.
Może
We-
nie lubi Rosy tylko.
Aha.
We
No,
have become the
the same
most
Warszawa.
prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits.
Well, son, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at. When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that all changed. Again, shut up. And I bet the price of land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. You've got a great sense of the direction of the world's moving,
Ale cope.
son. At least there'll be no debate about that.
On nie wie, co się dzieje teraz w Japonii.
Tak. On nie wie. On nie wie o recesji.
I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad. And it's incredible. However, unlike Dad, the timing of your predictions has been a bit off sometimes, right?
Nissan, you've been starting research projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon be a boom. But
Boom.
almost all of them continue to fail. While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom.
Boom!
Żałosny jest. You were too early. Żałosny jest. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Is that proof that you mistrust your own ability? Ooh, how rude! Are you trying to insult my husband?
Ona się ciągle triggeruje tylko.
Natsuki's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa.
Boo!
Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuki to sit down.
Please stop, Natsuki. Eva's always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little, or your headache will get worse.
There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Misa, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? You built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is that to you? My husband's business is none of yours. Whoa, co się dzieje?
Actually, that's not true, Natsuki-san. Rokkenjima doesn't belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right? In fact, we'll be more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa?
To jest upokarzające.
Well, if what I have on hand will suffice.
If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future.
A myśmy się śmiali z Butlera, że chce wylewać azbest na Rokedzimę. Ten to dopiero chce wylewać azbest.
When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not?
I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that will increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We can just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property.
If you understand that much, what about my business make you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied, we are uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right?
That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Right, Rosa?
That's right. Considering how wonderful that is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it. Oh, so the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house.
It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular.
The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended as a house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening.
Nissan is just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then it always becomes unmaintainable partway through and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit.
You were brilliant when you saw that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospects of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit of this island.
But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence!
Impertinence.
Trudno.
To jest za słowo.
Nie znam takich słów.
Ja nie wiem, co to
That is not my husband's fault. Ooh. There has just been
Impertinence,
some trouble
zuchwalstwo,
with...
bezczelność.
Huh. There has just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are victims here. Chill, woman.
And yet, the rumors we had about this company you hired haven't been good at all.
Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the product disintegrating mid-fight? We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. Baseless! As new
Nie
members
bazowane.
in the tourism industry, it is necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people. It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal.
I'll admit that in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant. Liar. I'll bet you want to liquidate it but cannot. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated, empty island, without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project?
Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that she can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Nissan. But I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either.
Hideyoshi-san, I can see how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually, all of the investments I have made until now will finally return to my possession. That's right, just like throwing away a small fry, which then becomes a salmon, they will come back even bigger than before.
I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unpredicted boom before long. Though I didn't know it'd be enough to cover all your debt. However, Nissan, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about. You need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug.
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
Natsuki-san, please don't get angry. We looked into this too. We checked to see who might provide Nissan with enough financing.
To support his recent large-scale projects, despite his string of failures. And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against the loser. Aniki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we looked for people who considered that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates.
So, the big question now is where you got that money from.
Oh, now isn't this intriguing? And?
Dear, how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand?
Sit down, Natsuhi-san. Let's
To
cut to the
morze?
point.
Tak.
Okej.
Może?
Aniki, you've been diverting... You've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses.
Czy możemy dostać Weinboom?
There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain.
Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated. How can you face the successor of the Ushiromiya head family and level these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd. They're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debt keeps getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. Boom. It's only natural that he'd try to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank. Nissan, what you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying father. You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right? Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Ushiromiya head family? Ooh. Kurde, serce kleje. Of all the... You dare to claim that he has betrayed the family head? You no longer have right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushiromiya family. Leave this place at once, now! Wow! Get out!
Wow.
Wow!
Natsuki, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. She pointed alternatively at Eva, demanding that she leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned her, glaring maliciously at Natsuki, as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. Moon. A moon.
Blue moon.
In that unpleasant
Yeah.
silence rose a cold.
Hey, Natsuhine-san? To whom do you think you are speaking in such a tone? I'm speaking to the eccentrically rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of family affairs, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of the affairs?
Ale moc!
Be silent,
Silent.
noble maid servant. You. Ewa,
Eva
jaka
folded
smula.
the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive.
How foolish you stand down before Eva before Eva of the Ushiromiya family. You tell me to stand down, me, Ushiromiya Eva, the third rank in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head? Know your place, and then look at your shabby self in the mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed one to house the next successor to the Ushiromiya family? Understand your place, you con housemaid. Wow.
Ale ją
Eva's
rozjechała.
face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsuhi's heart like talons, wrenching at it.
Know your Nie wiem, co to robi.
There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to. However, her anger and sorrow, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go. It became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down.
What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on.
Do ucha.
Jezu.
Eva
Now
faced
you're
her with a
praised.
provocative gaze. However, Natsuki could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fist quivering. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension.
Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should go cool your head.
What?
Natsuki, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are basically calling you a traitor to father. They are making light of the fact that we protect the glory of Ushiromiya family, even though we are constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from father. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling. And you don't even try to fight back. Why? Why? I'm only standing up for us because you want. Jezu, ona jest mężczyzną w tym związku. But you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now. Weź rozwód. And now you tell me to go cool my head? It's always me. Even though I have always considered this family affair so seriously, you...
Natsuki was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly.
I apologize for my wife. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me.
If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nisan. Ah! Ah!
But,
It's nothing. Leave me be.
Natsuki flew into her room and threw herself onto her bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway.
Babcia się poci.
Poor Madame Natsuhi. There's a deep, empty between. Ja powinnam to czytać na pewno.
Chyba
Tak.
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 Her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship would be a very trying for me as a woman. The Ushiromiya family holds blood in high regard, but if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Thus, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, There's no one deserving of blame in this matter. The Madame certainly bears no guilt. There's nothing to call it other than a whim of God. Cross-sama and Nazi-sama are not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Ushinomiya family. A wife is merely a tool to clear the hair. If such wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as a human.
Straszne.
It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madame during that time. Ooh.
What the fuck?
Back then, a wedding between Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed. Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madame's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushinomiya register. There was a vast difference in the Ushinomiya hierarchy between Madame, who married into the Ushinomiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Ushinomiya name. Furthermore, Eva-sama actually gave birth first, and to a boy. As for how much weaker Madame's position was than Eva-sama, well, I believe you could see for yourself. I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought of that. If only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today. However, that was not Madame's fault. All of the blame lays with God twins and the stork that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madame won't allow herself to see things that way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. And how sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows.
Bardzo smutne.
Damn.
Historia.
Smutne.
No,
Wow.
boom.
Chyba
Boom.
kolejny chapter.
U.
Boom.
Kolejna część chapteru, chciałobyś.
A, okej.
Zobaczyłem inny gameplay i jesteśmy w 1/3
Co,
Eee,
co ty mówisz
tego
w ogóle?
chapteru.
Co ty
Chapteru
mówisz?
z 8.
Musisz kłamać, to nie może być prawda.
Nie, to
Nie
nieprawda.
kłamie.
idź sobie.
Mam ci pokazać? Mam ci pokazać?
do końca życia będziemy w to
Czekaj, to
grali.
jest piątek, tak?
Może lepiej, jeżeli będziemy czytać dalej. Nie musisz nam pokazywać.
Może lepiej, żebyśmy nie wiedzieli.
No
Może
dobrze.
czytaj.
Co czytamy dalej?
Ty czytasz.
We crossed the hall again and on. As we did,
Beatrice.
we once again spotted Beatrice! However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe the experience. Nawet tutaj jest. W tym VC. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with her sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who
Glamour.
viewed it stand rooted to the spot. Glamour. So this is the witch, Beatrice. Wonder if that story's true.
Butler doesn't believe.
But when he had asked what the picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plank hanging below it.
Bang
Maybe the
Dream?
title of the portrait was written there.
Angry.
Bang, mom. Bang. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Maria.
Ooh, Butler believes. Ooh.
When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly oohing. Ooh.
Ooh.
Zrób uu.
Ooh.
Dobrze. What's this? My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish river. What's with this weird huge epitaph? The plate didn't have the title of the portrait written on it, but was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you.
Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. Pretty deep, huh?
Ooh, I know. It's the place where the gold's hidden.
Wait, is it that story about the Urushimiya family's hidden gold? Now, there's another thing I remember from looking at it. Hold on, Haniki, is this for real?
Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture or the epitaph. Even so, amongst the family, it is often whispered that it indicates the location of grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the inheritance and the gold to the person who solves the riddle.
Oh, I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold.
Well, something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars. I think it's fake though.
Yo.
2 złote.
Still, when you... Cała łódź. Wartość całej łodzi.
Cała
Barrab.
łódź. Barrab! Nie no,
Bardziej
barrab jest
barrab.
bezcenny przecież chyba.
Gram.
Barrab jest w Szczecinie, nie w Łodzi.
No i co? To jest bezcenny, jest najbardziej wartościowym biznesem w tym kraju.
No Barrab jest bezcenny, ale Łódź to inna kwestia. Okay.
Co wolisz, mieć łódź w spadku czy barabia?
No, Barrab. Z tego coś zarobię, z Łodzi tracę.
Łódź to jest jedna wielka dziura. Dziura w drodze, oczywiście.
I bez łodzi.
Oczywiście.
Bez łodzi, nawet nie ma łodzi w Łodzi. Co to skam.
Nawet nie ma Łodzi. Zajebali ci Łódź nawet. Nie wierzę. Dobra. Still, when you read it in an epitaph like this, it almost seems real. I think I already explained grandfather's upbringing. But let me also mention the Urushima family's legend of gold. Grandfather succeeded the Urushimiya family Kantor earthquake. And by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves grandfather's black magic operation, so its credibility is extremely low, but, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. Nanya. After the war, grandfather correctly predicted what the future hold won in gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. There is a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a band family and had no even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. Crazy. It takes trust to gather money. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question,
Recognition.
grandfather supposedly answered like this. On a certain day... A może to w sumie, nie wiem, ja czy chleb?
Co?
A w sumie
No w
może
sumie
chleb.
jakby Kinzo opowiadał historię, więc może chlebek czytać.
No właśnie to Kinzo mówi.
Dobra. On a certain day, I uncovered the golden witch Beatrice.
Grandfather then went on and on about his... in order to become a great magician.
Marisa?
Marisa.
Marisa.
And the Marysię wezwał. And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ceremony was the Golden Witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. Yo. Grandfather used this gold as collateral for a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times to revive the Urishimiya family. It seems this story is so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So, back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them forest, grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went all over the island searching for treasure after our parents told us about it. Didn't we get lost in the forest once, crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back.
We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, grandfather only brought this island after using those funds to get rich, right? That means he must have bought the gold before coming here. There's no way the gold's on this island.
That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it would be his and his alone. There was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he would try to secure the place where it was hidden rather than try to move it all.
The epitaph was made 2 years ago. And since grandfather wrote it in... Yeah, it does make the legend of the gold seem more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the family weighed 10 tons. Maybe that slipping cell were ready to be turned over to whoever can solve grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he did it. I guess that sounds like grandfather's style ours. If it's true, that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, with something like a poem or a song written on it. The text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste, but could be definitely viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold.
Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been. All we know for sure is that grandfather put this shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it. We also know that he's hinted at the existence of the gold without ever talking about where it might be hidden, at least so far. These facts then were embellished by the imaginations of our parents, who were convinced that grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits.
Sounds just like my dad. So greedy that he takes something like this so seriously. He might laugh at grandfather's black magic obsession, but he'd still believe this story about the hidden gold. It just sounds so good.
Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. If such a person actually did exist, it's not unthinkable that grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch.
Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons! If you cash that in, how much... I mean, it has to be a ridiculous amount, right?
It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 100,000 metric tons at most. That 1 of a 10,000 of all of the gold humankind has obtained throughout history should belong to just one person is just insane. On top of that, this witch supposedly had all the gold collected in one place and was able to lend it to grandfather just like that. We're not talking about any ordinary person.
Well, to me that 10 tons number seems pretty fishy. After all, no one's actually seen it except grandfather, right? Even if we assume that some generous witch existed and lent it some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons. Even 10 kilograms would be a pretty incredible sum, right?
Oh, 10 kilograms of gold is how much?
Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, have finally found a place where she could ask a question. It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George frantically followed the sums and tried to remember gold.
Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. You would also need to pay handling fees to cash it in. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current state. W ogóle od rzeczy gada. Nie odpowiedział na pytanie.
No.
Just guessing haphazardly, I think you could expect a price of about 2 million yen per kilogram.
Whoa, just now I randomly said 10 kilograms since it sounded smaller, but even that would be worth 20 million yen, wouldn't it?
Ooh, I weigh 28 kilograms.
Which means that if we had Maria-chan weighed in gold, we could estimate its worth at over 50 million yen.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Ooh? That's just unbelievable. How much would 10 tons be then? 10 kilograms is 20 million yen, which you multiply by thousands, so Huh? 20 billion yen? What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say that a person wages over a lifetime are about 20 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. Everything, including retirement money, might add up about 20 million yen, 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that will be made throughout a human's life. Now, you could even call it the value of a life. So, 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to 60, that's 40 years of work. So it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. If you worked every day starting from the German period, only reach that number about now.
Oh, is 20 billion yen a lot?
Heck yeah, it's a lot, Maria. You love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life.
However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much in gold bars all in one place. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Sure, you could imagine someone gathering their fortune together as incredibly high-value stocks or precious gems. You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so that they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of the war. But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold.
It might be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important. For example, bonds are just soup, just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under.
You can also look at it that way, but even one 10 kilogram iron is pretty heavy to carry around. Haven't you heard? A 50 kilogram person can't carry a 50 kilogram bag over their shoulder. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate.
So what you're saying is, while it'd be one thing if you had a sack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen, 20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that practically it'd be kind of pointless.
That's right. Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible.
If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. And it brings back down to reality.
Anyway, that's grandfather for you. Maybe he exaggerated the story of how some kind of how some kind wealthy person gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch. Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic.
You mean like his gratitude for the money was 10 tons of gold or something?
Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather, and maybe he started calling this person a witch.
I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who'd generously lend a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a... The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying profit by the witch herself, that might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her. I see. So, in other words, the witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Urishimiya family, and he owed her big time. And then, he felt so grateful that he had that huge painting drawn on his plate. Yeah, isn't that crazy story?
It's even possible this person was an old granny who looked like a witch. Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful. I bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty.
Ojej, przekonasz się.
That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western, and if you think about how everyone in our family has Western names, maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western.
Przyjdzie Beatrice i cię zje.
I get it, I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. Yes, that means I won't be able to ride those elegant rings. In the first place, a witch pretty bizarre by itself. No nieźle, Butler. On zawsze myśli o piersiach. Wspaniały człowiek. Like, you could find something like that anywhere on.
Przynajmniej wiadomo, czego się po nim
I
spodziewać.
laughed and made fun. To prawda. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who feared the witch of the forest, when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset. What is it, Maria?
Ooh! Beatrice exists!
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell that she was angry by the colors of her eyes.
We just exist! Ooh!
O Jezu, ona ma kieł. Nie wierzę. Well, sure, they do exist. If you turn on the TV on and watch anime or something.
Butler przyjdzie, wie, ma cię zje. Exist! We just exist! Ooh!
Widzisz, ma kieł.
Widzę.
I started getting impatient and not knowing. Then
Tell
Jessica
her.
tapped me on the shoulder and whispered. Spokojnie.
Dumbus, you're smashing a kid's dream. Maria really believes things like that. Like witches and Beatrice exist.
Come to think of it, Maria-chan in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write that you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you?
Maria to ja.
Maria, not that seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence proof that witches do exist in this world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired.
Exist! Exist! We just exist!
Bro.
But Butler still doesn't believe. Ooh!
Nie!
Ooh.
Tylko nie fad! Nie! Tylko nie u!
It's
Ooh!
okay. Witches do exist. I believe it.
Nie! George Aniki kneeled down and hugged Mary's hand. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes him on prison. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing.
Zapiszę grę może.
Dobra.
Dobrze. So you shouldn't go into the forest. At night, you mustn't turn into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. After all, grandmother said so.
Ooh! Really? Butler really believes?
Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up. I stuck out my hand, Mary grabbed it with her tiny hand, and we made up.
Jezu, graba.
Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George, Aniki, and Jessica were relieved.
Oh, So this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach.
Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find all of us gathered in the front of the portrait.
Kaylee!
Przepraszam. Shannon, well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it.
That's right. It certainly is fascinating. Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful. I am sure that she captivated the master. In addition to the patron theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart, which must mean that he's still captivated by her.
Oh. That must have made Grandmother pretty jealous, huh?
I'm not really sure, but that might have actually been true. Apparently, grandmother believed he was cheating on her with some blonde.
Ooh, good smell! Good smell coming from Shannon!
Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla.
I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone. What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent. Cookies. Clapback.
Ooh! Wanna eat cookies! Wanna eat cookies! Ooh!
Please, eat as much as you would like. But,
Would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this, in front of the portrait? Shannon-chan said as a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, I guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking.
Maria, why don't we eat someplace else? Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic.
Ooh! Have a picnic! Have a picnic! If you can eat cookies, let's go!
Yeah, let's go get some fresh air. We shouldn't stop ourselves right in front of the beach.
Daily.
That's right. Didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Let's go. Let's go.
Shannon-chan,
Let's
sorry,
go!
but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flask of tea? Right, certainly.
Let's
Shannon-chan
go!
received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. W końcu mamy odcinek na plaży. We headed for the
Yes!
beach on our own.
I co będą
Nareszcie
wschodzić?
będzie prawdziwe anime.
Yes!
Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though the witch was staring down on our backs, I turned around once more.
Ooh! Butler, you still don't believe?
Nope, I believe. It'd be so much cooler that way. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave grandfather 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be slipping around here somewhere. Besides, didn't grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can? I say that kind of adventure story is way better.
20 yen worth of gold. Huh? Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money.
5 billion yen for each of us. Incredible! With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper. In fact, we could live our whole lives fabulously without working at all.
Ooh, I don't want 5 billion yen. I want cookies. Cookies.
Giga Chad.
Mario would take cookies over money. Still, 5 million? That's like a dream!
Ona nawet nie wie, co to są pieniądze.
Ja bym wziął 5 miliardów ciastek.
Ona nawet nie wie, co to są, nie wie, co to je. Ona się nie zna. Chociaż ile to są? 2 grosze?
2 grosze.
Ładnie, wróciliśmy do nich. Wróciliśmy do starych dziadów.
Ura!
No, koniec zabawy.
Dobra.
Yupi.
Nudy.
Ridiculous. Is it possible that you all truly believe in Father's legend of the gold? Of course we don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold. But there's no mistake about the gold itself.
The fact that father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways. We've heard that before the president of the Maruso company died, father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere. Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons.
That's just the nonsense of a senile old man. Along with father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously.
If that
Maybe.
gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding. Before the president died, he was a person with such a sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world. He wouldn't have become a partner to such fraud.
Aniki, the president of the Maruso, definitely saw it. 10 tons of it, clearly, with his own eyes. Even more. That left the president take 1 ingot at random and have it examined. The results of the examination showed that the 10-kilogram ingot was 99.99% pure. He said that the Ushiramiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was imprinted on it.
Almost instantly, the Ushiramiya legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world. Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accept it as collateral. What is that word? As a
Zastaw
result,
coś w
father
tym
was
goście.
able to receive massive loans. Tyle nowych słów poznaję. Niesamowite.
Is there no limit to the absurdity you're
Dobrze,
willing to
uczy się.
accept? How old are you people? Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously? Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Aren't you just parroting the lies of father and few of those close to him? Of course, it's just a story. But still, Aniki, the amount of money that raised required a suitable amount of collateral. Even if the gold itself was just a rumor, it's an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of comparable worth. It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless father. He acted as though he actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful. If the Korean war demands hadn't come, and the Ushiramiya family had not been restored, father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century.
Are you saying that gold never existed? And father made it all up?
Of course. And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he'd achieved enough success. That's why, later on, Father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story. In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication. If he claimed to have received the gold from a witch, no one would believe it. No one would believe that it existed at all, right? It's also possible he said it for all of your sakes. Nevertheless, here come some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold, along with the rest of the inheritance. Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this.
I can't prove whether or not Father really had the gold. I just want to claim my rightful share as one of Father's 4 children.
Oh, it seems even you have started to talk this way, Rosa. I see, so that's what you're getting at. You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself.
Nissan, you've gathered a massive supply of funds. That's a fact. If we rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling Father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right?
Nikki, we've been thinking that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars.
Ooh.
Ridiculous. Such a thing never existed in the first place.
Boom, poproszę!
Ja powiedziałem,
Dziękuję. Then explain yourself. Was it embezzlement of Father's assets or Father's hidden gold? How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of these methods?
Even I have many friends in the political and financial realms. I have earned their cooperation, nothing more. And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that ought not be spoken of. Well, if you insist on that point, that's all well and good for now. But, Nikki, that doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year. The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. We will arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation.
At that time, if it comes to light that you've thusly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right?
I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was.
Of course, Father's gold is a part of Father's fortune. We understand it's money you can't reveal openly, but the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it.
In other words, we're gonna have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's.
To determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not. Isn't this a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances. That way we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you. Right, Rosa?
That's right, Cross Nissan. You are the one who's dodging the issue. If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right. But you aren't even trying to do so.
However, Aniki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are. We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account. Oh, it seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me. Please get to the point.
Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of Father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about it. As you said, Krasny-san, there might have been movements of money that are difficult to explain. We've come to consult with you today while fully aware of that point. Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now.
A consultation? Ha! When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of that by an agreement that's generous in your favor.
Don't misunderstand us, Nisan. We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights. But when we make our claim for what we deserve, we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean.
In other words, if you accept our conditions, then, when the inheritance is divided, leave the investigation of Father's financial situation to you. Krasny-san.
O, ja teraz czytam, o kurde. All of the siblings from Eva downwards suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. So, letting Kraus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide the fact. Besides which, it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange.
Oh, after mistrusting me completely, you now say that you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling? So, what is it that you want in return? Just what we deserve as siblings. You aren't the kind of person who would steal Dad's property. But you also aren't being financed by some patron. Considering all that, there is a certain explanation that would satisfy the rest of us.
Nisan, you found 10 tons of gold and used that as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like Father did in the past, right?
If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in Father's finances. You've always been a good son, looking after Father. Why would we mistrust a person like that? Co się dzieje z crazy rzeczy?
You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you. Please speak in clearer and more practical terms. Our first condition. Aniki, You must admit that you found that gold. Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist?
Our second condition. You'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold, and you will pay out those shares.
How foolish. With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, what would be 5 billion yen that would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? Ridiculous.
Who?
Keep listening till the end. We know that much money can't just pop out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work until now.
Our third condition, the portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromiya head family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share for the siblings and divided up. Of course, this also includes you, Kraus Nisa.
Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki, 2.5 billion will go to Evanescence, 2.5 billion will go to me, and 2.5 will go to Rosa. That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry. So you're saying, for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen.
What's wrong? Nisan, your share is 5 times the size of ours. These are such good terms. I'd be jumping for joy.
Our fourth condition, the gold will be liquidated and distributed along with the inheritance at the time of father's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us promptly. These payments must be made before March of next year.
What do you think, Cross Nisa? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of father's assets, isn't it? Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before the father's dies, but it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 billion, right?
Paying 700 million in half a year might sound like a pain, but you should be able to manage it. What with all your friends in the political and business spheres?
Normally, we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now all at once, but out of concern for you, we'll show our
Sincerity.
Jeszcze raz, proszę.
Sincerity.
Sincerity by asking for only 10% of that for the time being. The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed. See? Even you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity. Trudne słowo.
So you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation for 750 million yen? How impressive. You all certainly have grown. To think that I'm not the one being offered deals.
Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be subject to
Scrutiny? Co to jest za słowo?
Też nie znam.
Wiem co to znaczy, ale
Scrutiny.
po polsku...
Scrutiny chyba.
Scrutiny
Co to
meaning.
znaczy?
Mhm.
A badanie, lustracja.
Nie ma to być.
Aha.
Jak to się czyta? Scrutiny, okej. Fajne słowo.
Scrutiny. It's only natural, right? We'd be so sad if you manage things so that our 7.5 billion share shrunk.
We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Just make sure you do it neat and tidy. As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, we've got no intention of stirring things up. We want our inheritance quickly too. We don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging. If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation?
Daily.
We won't mind if it's you. This is probably the first and last chance for us, the siblings, to reach a consensus. I believe it won't come to that.
Co to jest? Kakle.
Taki wiedźmowy śmiech.
Looks like even you can pick up now and then, Rosa.
O,
Rosa Sigma.
but at this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his the older sibling's shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time.
Sorry, but there's more. Our fifth condition. This decision must take precedence over father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant.
I see that you're very cautious. Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do? Since you'll be making payments to us for what the gold's worth, the rest of us really don't care if we ever see the gold or not. You can think of our share as an advance payment.
It's good to have dreams, isn't it? You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction.
Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. O, dziękuję. Kraus watched, but didn't even flinch.
Let me add a seventh condition before I accept. In the situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me.
Yes, of course. We'll hold onto it for you.
It was a play on words. Of course, the others were forcing Kraus to pay money for instant gold. Wouldn't save Kraus his portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling father's assets. when Kinzo faced death at last and his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. That could easily become fatal to Kraus. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wiring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together to combat him. While Eva couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus slowed a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was.
This all makes for such a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart. If accepting those conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end. I'd be happy to agree to your deal. Rejoice, Rosa. We have reached an understanding.
Rosa's expressions dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Eva also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease. Even though Kraus... Even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal.
My, how obedient of you. It's not like you at all, Nisan.
What a cruel thing to say. Are you implying I have some ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all of you.
Just the same as all of you. To emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So, Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this nearly resolved discussion.
Then we're good. So, Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been having. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents.
Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on.
Jezu, jak często przynosicie na spotkanie rodzinne przygotowaną umowę?
Ja zawsze.
They should be proposed with
Zawsze.
or
Nigdy nie wiesz, kiedy się przyda.
get it
Okay.
right now. Don't worry about it.
Sorry. On tam poprosił tylko o...
Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to... Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made it to accept it, but then with a small laugh he drew back in his hand without taking it and spoke.
Actually, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment. I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point.
As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was bringing up their backs at the same time.
That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign it.
Spanikowała.
Why are you in such a hurry, Eva? Of course I'll sign. I promise the share of the gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that, when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point that I simply must insist that you compromise on. What are you talking about? What don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million yen. As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous. While I can guarantee that I will collect on various future investments, I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent and my business sense is dull. Since I am the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half of a year.
That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a hard-baked trick?
At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That is the only condition under which I am willing to sign.
Trust me, son, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all. We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in a good faith money. Now that we've explained that, you're rejecting our offer will seriously damage our trust and relationship, right?
Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Kraus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
Why are you all in such a rush? Or could it be that you're afraid of something? Rosa, won't you tell me alone? Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can hear.
It's not as thought I...
Quit it, Aniki. As we've asked, all we're asking is whether you're gonna sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or any other suspicious moves. Huh? You say I have no room to negotiate? Are you trying to claim that I am in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship?
Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting over the height of his brothers completely in some insurmountable wall, and the long shadow that had existed since they were children.
Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footings? From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us. It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one I would prefer to resolve as soon as possible. I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today. However, it seems I'm not the only one who would be quite glad to close this deal quickly. Am I wrong?
Kraus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Kraus's gaze.
Hideyoshi-san, I hear your company has been doing extremely well lately. At a brisk pace, it went public, and both its track record and its stock prices have soared. I am truly jealous.
We aren't here to talk about my husband.
However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders. It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed. Before you realized it, some bad-natured colleagues of yours had bought up a huge share of your company's stock, right?
Ah, how could you know about that?
The same way you knew about me. If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you. Is it really so unexpected? Is it really so unexpected as that?
Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management, yet he started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management effort, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range. And a petition to make it a stock-listed company has recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stock holding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. The amount tends to be far greater than, so this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange of financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that don't allow them to lean to profits even greater than their actual investment. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they use it forcibly, they can eject the firm management and take. After all, diminishing management and nominating management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures, people buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only, and he hadn't had the time to strengthen those defensive measures.
Czy tylko mi czasami obcina część swoich wypowiedzi?
Nie, mi też.
Nie.
Myślę, czy...
Z internetem
To
problem.
jest, myślę, że to już jest mój internet i ja już niestety z tym za bardzo nic nie poradzę. Nie, no niestety.
Nie jakoś mega, ale
Ech.
zdarza się.
No szkoda. Spokojnie, do momentu, kiedy jeszcze będziemy... Przeniosę na studia, tam będę miał na pewno lepszy internet.
To pięknie.
Wszędzie jest lepszy internet niż tutaj.
Wow.
Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind of manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him.
In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivety unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. Then they sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let's force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of the company management. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, as he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of company stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi's noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in negotiation of price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So, in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put it another way, whoever has the most money wins. No shit. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all that he has built so far.
Wow, co się dzieje?
Therefore,
Co się
more
dzieje?
than... To jest ważny tekst. Nie jest na czerwono, ale jest ważny. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money. Right now.
Right now.
Right now! He couldn't wait for the division of Kansas' inheritance, since no one knew when he would die.
And you, Rudolph,
Yeah,
have
sure.
been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never hand down generous judgments to foreigners. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run?
What's this all about?
Well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money.
Kiri immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her and had been worrying over it alone.
That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled... Przepraszam. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights. But with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. Though, rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $1 million.
Rudolph has been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of the day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay back that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But he didn't pay. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money. Right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Rosa, Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't even touch a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature was your ruin, wasn't it? I wouldn't think one should agree to become a co-signer so lightly.
That's none of your business, Cross Oni-san.
Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, supposed to know that. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Dziękuję niektóry. Without exception, every one of them. More than anything else, wanted a lot of money. Right now.
Co wypowiada ten tekst? Bo nie rozumiem trochę, przepraszam.
Narrator.
Nie wiem. Chyba narrator, no. Chodzi przynajmniej.
Ale kto chce tych pieniędzy?
Wszyscy.
Wszyscy potrzebują pieniędzy, bo wszyscy mają kurwa duży problem.
No,
Okej, dobra.
crazy zawiłości.
Ja też bym chciała
No,
w sumie,
dokładnie.
więc się zgadza wszystko.
No, ja też mam problem.
No też bym chciał. A ja jestem narratorem.
Wow!
In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person that younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, won a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish the deal, the better position Kraus would be in. A toż, Macierz. Kraus was extremely sly. He had none of their Achilles heel from the beginning. 200 IQ. Even so, he had not been certain.
Przewidział
8D nawet. On gra na 4 innych planszach.
Tak.
Wow. Szachy 5D.
Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes.
If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need. But, unfortunately, I have nothing on hand.
Don't we all?
If you know of any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole 750 million, I suggest you try there first.
Kraus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had expectations.
However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I would not mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor. Oh wait, I do believe you say that I have no influence. Well then, I'm afraid I won't be much help to you.
Wow.
Cross's low gloating began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had been driving the oldest brother could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth.
Don't make me laugh. As if I'd ever put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh.
If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us?
I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible.
No.
Damn you,
Głupie wiedźma.
taking advantage of us.
Honey, please calm down.
I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard.
Cool.
Ale jest cool.
Kyrie
I am
grabbed her
so
husband's
cool.
hand.
Ona jest basta?
Chłód z niego emanuje.
To jest bastard.
By action made him feel even more pitiful. So Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though watching something highly amusing.
In times like this, it certainly would be nice to find Father's hidden gold. If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now. How sad, how sad, how very sad! How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad!
Wow. On się chwali, że ma słownik.
Tonight, let us all drink together as we solve the riddle of Beatrice at Pitaf and discover the locations of Father's hidden gold. If we four friendly siblings, work
Jaki
together,
duży śmiech.
there is surely no puzzle we can't solve.
Oho!
Ahaha. Ahaha.
Okej, to wygląda jak moment, w którym możemy sobie zakończyć na dzisiaj. Nie wiem.
Ja chciałem dosłownie to samo powiedzieć, bo ja nie będę ukrywał, trochę to trwa i skończyliśmy
No.
w dosyć takim dużym momencie. Jezu, praktycznie tyle samo. No też, 4,5 godziny.
Dobra, przynajmniej miałem okazję zakończyć z hukiem.
Wow.
Mm. O Jezu, o.
Poszło nam dobrze.
Tak,
Było dobrze.
jest dobre.
Czyli tak
dobre
średnio
tempo.
4,5 godziny na sesję.
No,
To co, za tydzień?
Chyba tak będziemy robili.
chyba tak.
Och, chyba za tydzień, no.
No, niezbyt
Zobaczymy.
często, bo zabije nas to.
Trochę tak.
Ja jestem cierpliwym człowiekiem, możemy to robić. Ale musimy to zrobić.
Yes!
Farma!
Farma!
Pora na prawdziwą grę. Oh my god. Wow.
Co,
Wow,
pewnie nie
tak.
mogę wziąć srebrnego czesta, co nie? No tak.